Oh, you bloody fucking hell, YouTube! Why have you done this, you bloody wanker? Hello! Hello, everybody. I cannot do the East End London YouTube accent. Or YouTube accent. I cannot do the East London accent. I'm very frazzled. What is, for all you British people out there, what is a, British word for frustrated? You bleating wank! True British people. You bleating wank! You mental! Anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna even try to do the East End London accent. I can't do that accent. How you guys doing? Peeved? Oh, I'm blood fucking peeved, you bloody bleeding wanker. Anyway, how y'all doing? Today we're doing some Ace Attorney Chronicles. Hope you guys are having a good day. Let's see who's here. Hello, Penguin. Hello, Crystal. Hello, Randy. What the fucking hell, YouTube? Hello, Bowser. Hello, Kiyoma. Hello, Rainbow. What is this string of A's? I want to ask if you guys ever physically wrote the lowercase a as it appears. A. Thanks, guys. Oh, shut up, Alfred. I'm pissed, you bleeding wanker. Anyway, I can mostly do the London accent, so I'm going to be sticking to that. I suspect that when we finally meet Sherlock Holmes... Is it pronounced Holmes or Holmes? I don't actually know. Is the L silent? Well, whatever. Let's play some, Ace Attorney. I am tickled pink right now. Yeah, if you guys can't tell, I'm a little bit out of it right now, because of all the technical difficulties, but let's just play. I am going to turn up the, audio a little bit because I listened to my stream last time. I think the music was a little bit soft. Oh, Houston has a storm? I hope you stay safe. Hey, Aki, how's it going? Nezumi, why'd you change your name to Rat? Here. Okay, so before we begin, let me just do a quick thing here. Audio effects. Oh, I can only do on and off. I can't control the volume. Whatever. I thought maybe I can reduce the... You know, the Morse code. So I find it very interesting that the very first British person I got to voice in this game was frickin' Jezile Brett. Oh, shut up! I'm not sure I can keep that up. Oh, shut up! Alright. So, as we all know, we found a coin in the stake. That's a very strange thing to say. Let's see here. Where's the stake? Here. So we found a coin in the stake. Right there. And it's your lucky stake coin. Obviously, right? It's like a fortune cookie. And that is the coin of Mr. Curio Collector. And Mr. Curio Collector is, well, he was trying to sell the coin, I think, to the guy, the frickin' general guy who has a baby who's also dirt poor because he can't afford a nanny, so he was trying to steal the coin, probably. And which, long story short, kids are expensive. Randy, there's a YouTuber who goes by Nezumi VA. So Nezumi just means rat in Japanese. So I don't think that somebody would. It's just a word. It's not a name. So someone calling themselves Nezumi on YouTube doesn't mean like those people are connected in any possible way. Long story short, kids are expensive. Don't have kids. It's also a character from anime number 6. I've never actually seen that. So, all right. Anyway, Nosa is back in business. What's all this about? Why have I been called up again? Do you realize that it's dinner time for the baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun set on this Ryunosuke's shop owner's existence.
Wait, now the game's silent? Oh, god dang it. Give me a moment. There, now you hear the music. Right? Yes? Yes? No?
Be that as it may, Kurekuta-san, something has to come to light that requires your clarification.
We had a realistic Ace Attorney for a while. Just no music. So, when you go to court, does the Law and Order theme song play, or...?
As far as your Rasute memory serves...
Oh, God! Oh, jeez! Oh! Oh, pain! I told you! I told you you shouldn't have a knife in a courtroom!
That's the very exact one! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoey treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace on that fateful day! It can't be!
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoey treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing?
It was the baby. It was the... I'm telling you. The baby set up Jezile bread. That's the working theory here. Right? Does this look like a woman who could commit a crime? No. No. It was the baby.
Dots.
Dots!
Dots!
Oh. Looks like someone's sweating over to your left, Mr. Hosonaga.
Excuse me. Could I say something?
Yes, of course!
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there has been a run of similar executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele.
Damn, is military man stealing from the rich to fund his son? Remember, kids leads to poverty, and poverty leads to crime.
A number of incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We want to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected.
So that's why you were sent undercover.
I took on job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely this Koban incident is work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief in the restaurant, at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems.
I don't know about this master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta's-san's Koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I just realized, you guys said Ouchie's voice is Toad, and Korakuta's-san's voice is just older Toad.
I would like the court to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta-san's Koban?
How do we select the baby? Oh, hello, Susato, my beautiful darling. How do we select the baby?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you! Sergeant Yesanosa!
What? How? How dare you? You monster!
Monster.
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? Are you seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet?
The baby's sitting there like,
Dad, the gig's up! Yeah, it was me!
But it wasn't me! It was Ido! I knew it! I knew it! I knew! Ido's the mastermind behind all this!
You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! Oh. Oh, God! Oh!
Gibbity clap, 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 gibbity clap, clap, clap. Ah!
It was the baby! God damn!
Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know
of the extraordinarily low wages of the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe.
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation, owing to the recent ended conflicts, remains in place. I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
He's a sergeant. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant.
That place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do some reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and...
I knew it! I knew it! I told you! Whoever ate this was a man! Ow! Ow!
Oh man, poor guy. Yeah, looks like they just pay him peanuts. You know, when you guys see your parents again, give your parents a hug for buying you clothes and food.
And your target that day was the old man and his koban.
Yes, sir. It was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
It's not a game. I'm not a robot. What? I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang, bang. When the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Yes, that would be a good addition to the moped. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Wait, that implies that the steak that they gave us that what's his name? The detective guy, Hosanaga, he gave us the wrong steak. There. I gotta say, this is all unbelievably coincidental in order to, implicate, what's her face? Giselle Brett. Because if none of this happened, we'd just be declared guilty, like, immediately. All this coincidental crap just happened to help us out. Do we feel sympathy for this guy or no? I don't know. I feel sympathy for Ido.
This is ridiculous.
Oh.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. I'm quite sure there is no need to detain you any longer at all.
No.
I'm a plane. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency!
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-settled sergeant.
To be fair, Ace Attorney's universe is always helping the defendant to be... Oh, wait. Clearly the judge... No, I was going to say the judge is pro-defense. But then again, no, the judge is not pro-defense. Every single time the judge is pro-prosecution. It's like, what the frick?
It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is! Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it?
As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now all the questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day!
Could it be that she's the bad guy? This stupid face. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out exactly, but something she said just jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction there. Something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard! Sorry? You can think later. But if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Is Ouchie still bowing? Wait! Miss Brett!
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction.
I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory, where's the evidence?
Well, you know, if Miss Brett actually, if Jezile Brett just picks up her steak and bites into it and like, I'd actually be more attracted to her.
Take that!
The steak Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten.
Ow!
I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Notice what exactly, counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman.
Then take a good look at this steak, which is actually probably 3 days old and starting to rot. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Ah!
Oh!
Well, I like to be barbaric on the weekends.
It looks like Miss Brett's just realized something. So if the witness, as she claims, would contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks on the steak at all!
Objection!
But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously...
Oh, I'm getting a little sweaty there. Oh, Miss Brett, oh!
Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course! This will be all over in the blink of an eye, rest assured. I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
Man, Ouchie is so lucky. I wish she would tell me to shut up.
I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic! Of course! Dear lady!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications of these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Now, at last it's all come together. Oh, that's Ryunosuke. Yeah, now at last it's all come together! The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Let's go. Let's go. Except the teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting this tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Everything! Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. I gotta say, if we are discovering evidence as we go during the trial, the police really suck. Do you think the goose will attack Naruhodo? Because I'm counting on it.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats!
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court a long time ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't? What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence doesn't exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! The trial has run several hours already, and you're saying there's evidence yet to be brought forth?
Well, in this world, evidence can be discovered on like day 7, and the trial's only freaking 3 days long. So,
I don't believe you have it.
I don't. But there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it'll solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the evidence?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosanaga! But I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence, not consciously.
You didn't know you were withholding conclusive evidence.
That is ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with teeth marks.
Yes.
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. He's a real man. As well as admitting to stealing Korakuta-san's coin that he told us he slipped under the stake.
You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Do army ranks matter in court? Okay, so a little bit of background for you guys. A lot of legal systems are associated with police, so it's very possible he does actually have authority in this court. Huh. That's something to think. I mean, he's in military, but similar... I don't know. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something with me? Was the stake you put your coin under, in fact, your own stake?
Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her mail to hide something in it.
In other words, the stake that detective submitted as evidence earlier. How's it going, Goaty? Was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But can I slice up my friends with the katana already? I mean, I'm waiting for us to start losing the trial so then we can go into murder mode, okay? Just give me a moment.
But it makes no sense! The plate was taken from the victim's table!
Right, so why switch the stakes? So the question is, who switched the stakes?
Objection.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak. Nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it!
Honestly, if Brett wanted to, get out of this case, she should confess to theft. I'm not even joking. She should confess to theft right now. That would probably get her off for the murder trial, because they'll believe whatever the frick she says. And then after that, when she goes to trial for theft, she can reveal that it was actually Sergeant Nosa, and then she would get off for both of them. So it's like, Brett, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. And you guys know me. I love stupid girls. So, Brett. Miss Brett, you are looking really nice.
To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the British Empire!
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly! Surely you're not gonna suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over!
No.
You did switch the blades?
After it happened, Ido, you take over for this one. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted the stake and hit the coin underneath. But when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my meat, that would... I could have phrased that a little bit better. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd get my marching order. Yeah, I realized the word slab was actually pretty important in that. Brett does have diplomatic immunity. It sucks. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chain. Actually, you know what I realized? he's calling Naruhodo a cadet, and that sounds kind of silly, like maybe it's just like a running joke, but in Japan, going a while back, if you ever noticed their uniforms, actually, let's pull it up. I guess you can only see the collar, but if you notice, the collar is very similar to the sergeant's collar, right? These types of, I've said this a few times before on the stream, but these types of Japanese uniforms were actually military uniforms, and they were, and in this era, they were preparing students to join the military. Once again, that's one of the reasons why anime schoolgirls wear sailor uniforms, because they were actually, you know, at the time, the students were kind of in preparation to go to the military. So fundamentally, this man might actually have authority over high school students. I'm just thinking about that. Maybe the cadet thing isn't even like a running gag. Maybe it's like a legit thing. I don't know. It's a thought. It's a thought, definitely. So when the cadet was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance.
My daddy's a murderer!
Shut up, Naito! With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign ladies' table.
What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing!
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
My father's a criminal! Unbelievable!
Okay, so that's the answer to that. However, fear not, prosecutor son.
What?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Noza switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. What were you doing with that steak, huh? Just because it had the teeth marks of a beautiful lady. But those were my own desires. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. I gotta say, I'm gonna be real here. I can't believe I'm saying this. The real victim in this case is Ouchie. He was given such a trash case. I feel so bad. He was given, like, an unwinnable case. A case that's so freaking mishandled. He's the real victim here. You took the sergeant's steak, too. That to preserve evidence, you'd taken both. That is correct. Miss Brett, if you are hungry, we still have steak. Then please, present it to the court. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment it was shot!
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of meat. I can't have the slightest bearing of this case.
No. You're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady!
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me!
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Tisk thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. on the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well.
But I'm British.
And now, we have the evidence to prove it! The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett! Let us not prolong this any further, Inspector! Show the evidence to the court! Present the beefsteak the plate was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Hosonaga, you've earned your cool pose back, okay? Hosonaga, you get to go back to the bro list. Up top, boy! Oh! Sorry for keeping you. There we go! Come on! Here is the other steak on his plate. Please, feel it. Wait. Feel free to examine it. Yes, feel the stick. Massage the stick. Examine the meat. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be!
The fact that there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. Is that true? Alright, so Hugh was sitting here, and she... Yes! It actually is true. There is legitimately only one person who could have possibly taken this angle to shoot him in this, like, particular area. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right! Miss Jezile Brett! It's you!
Done by a Japanese. Me by a Japanese schoolboy. No! No! Crumpets, bangers, and mash. Tea time! Big Benjamin!
Did she just die? Did she just die? Oh no, she's good. Burb. Wait, so the bird on her hat is alive and it just had kids. Congratulations.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for a gentle English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened this day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
How does she get her hair swirlies? British women here, can you swirl your hair like that? Is that like a British like skill to like make the hair swirlies? Also, isn't the hair swirlies supposed to be for men? Like when they wear the powdered wigs and everything? I don't know. How do British women wear their hair in the 1850s?
It was I who took the professor's life, using karate. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason.
Curls were for everyone.
The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because kurare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes, of course. I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leaving immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting on his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent and beautiful man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of kurare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
What the frick, guys? Oh, there's no way she could conceal a gun in an outfit. Look at how dainty her outfit is. No way there was a gun. I'm so upset. I am so freaking upset. Naruhodo, you should have just lifted up her skirt, okay? Okay, screw freaking manners or whatever. Just... No! Clearly there is a huge amount of space here!
Under your skirt!
So I was right. There were two guns. Woo!
Yes!
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor.
So what would have happened if he didn't pick it up? He just would have left? Place where you were sure that I would notice it. Dang. Naruhodo's actually really gullible.
Yes, everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended.
Showing their knee. Yeah, that is true. Showing ankles in this era was like porn.
And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang!
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, it was already dead.
Naturally. The gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assume Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended you.
How did she do that? How did she, like, she had a gun in her skirt? Did she, like, fold up her skirt and pull it out? She's like, bang, and then insert it back. Oh, what the? Insert. Oh, that was a poor choice of words. How? How did. How? How?
I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor around his chow around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson, where he picked up the gun.
The world was overrun by potential feet people. Yeah, probably.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Ah, butts.
Butts indeed.
Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder... Might I speak with you in private later?
That is a horrible idea. Just shoot her.
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone.
You're not just walking out.
I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Do we get a motive? Do we get a... Did she just leave? Did she just get up and leave? Yeah. What? Did you just let her walk? What? Did we ever step? This is the worst court ever. I guess we don't have to establish a motive. All we have to do is establish the fact that she killed him. And we can establish motive later, I guess. I guess maybe that's the court. Maybe this is the court's... the court's prerogative currently is to finish the case with Naruhodo before doing this next case, maybe? I guess? She gets her consequences. She gets shot. She gets shot. Beta Japanifornia.
This trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
Ah! Taketsuchi Ouchie does not lose! Not to the likes of this! Rocky!
I'm gonna be real here. Ouchie got gypped, man. He got the worst possible case to ever take on.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
Yes?
This is an insult to the Ouchie family name! This will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new.
Oh my god. I just realized. This grudge literally has never been forgotten. Oh my god. All the way up to the 21st century, their samurai families are still fighting to the death. That's actually really funny. Oh my! It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh my! He just killed him! A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. I'm bald!
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan, I believe, will go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern method.
Using logic is a very new idea. I cannot believe that at a certain point in history, people used to just say, oh, well, she said he was a bad guy, so he must be the bad guy. Duh. People don't lie.
After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western idea of science, science, how dumb. I guess it's gaining acceptance, though.
How's it going, Slippery?
I'm sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. And I don't want to, if any of the Ace Attorney games already are part of it. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asud. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything in the wider world you are able to do. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed on you.
I understand, Your Excellency. Dang, is Kazuma going on like a mission? He's like, I'm gonna infiltrate the British legal system. This prosecutor is not worthy of life. Okay, Kazuma is going to become the legal ninja, I guess. Is Ryunosuke Phoenix's father? Yes, that's right. Naruhodo is Phoenix's Japanese name. Phoenix Wright's Japanese name is Naruhodo. So functionally, he is the ancestor of Phoenix Wright.
Quick! Take down Queen Elizabeth before she gains too much power in her 10 centuries of life!
What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, hi.
And you, I sense. How can I put it? You an idiot. But I very much look forward to seeing how you carry onwards.
Thanks, Your Excellent. Wait, why does Ryunosuke end up going to Britain then? He was planning to take over the British Empire.
Fulfill your mission. Destroy the British Empire. It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Woo! You can't finish? Hopefully you get a chance to charge, Kiyoma.
This court is adjourned.
I'd like to imagine the narrator is Doyle. 22nd of November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber, number 5. I pronounced judicature correctly. See, I've been working hard. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I defended myself and made it through a horrendous trial.
Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work.
Are they flirting again?
So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon! All your hard work certainly paid off!
Oh.
Congratulations to both of you!
I thought it was the professor.
Oh, hello!
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh, no. I didn't do anything.
Thank you very much! If your beautiful present hadn't graced us with the research report on Miss Brent's, I don't know how things would have turned out. I love you!
That's the man you love?
Unfortunately.
I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father. Yes, of course. Wait, is she going to become our assistant now? That what's his name? That Kazuma's going to leave.
Forgive me, Excellency.
Court proceedings. This is a flashback. Judicial assistant to the defense. To the rescue! Speaking of Mikotoba, like she's our Maya! Well, I'm conflicted now. Because Ryunosuke is probably around like 20, 21. He can't adopt a 16-year-old daughter. I mean, Phoenix was like 26. So like he could adopt like Maya, but we can't adopt a 16-year-old at the age of 20.
There you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did excellent job.
Ryunosuke's 23? Wait, really? Oh, I guess he's not in the court record, but Asogi is 23, so I assumed like he was like 1 or 2 years younger, but maybe he's 23. Could that be a love interest? That's stretching it. That's stretching it. I mean, but this is medieval Japan. Well, it's not really medieval. It's 1870s Japan. Okay, we'll adopt her.
You did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor!
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminals that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University.
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together at the same hospital.
Oh, you work together. Wait, so he's a forensics specialist?
I never heard you mention that before. Well, it's a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asoki. Great Britain is a magnificent country. Leads the world. Science, medicine, engineer, culture, and law.
Clearly not law.
Watch and learn, boy. See what's happening in world's largest melting pot.
Was it a melting pot at the time? I don't know.
I will. I'll learn all I can. And I will kill the queen. I swear on this. The spirit of the Asoki clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go.
And cuts down anything that's in my way. He's really gonna kill the queen. Yeah, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already.
That reminds me. What happened to that woman? To Jezebel Bread, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Yes, her.
Let me guess. Due to diplomatic immunity, she goes back to Britain and then nothing happens. That's just my guess.
It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit.
She will be leaving Japan in the very new...
Of course. To Shanghai.
To Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Jezebel Bread will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
But why not? Who the heck is this? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction.
Oh, it's a matter of consular jurisdiction.
Inspector Hosonaga!
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Must congratulate.
But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? I don't have a very big vocabulary.
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
Why the frick not? Isn't that called subject matter jurisdiction? Right, essentially, crimes that occur here are tried here. Isn't that called subject matter jurisdiction? No? What? What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's gonna bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere very far away. Where our voices can't be heard.
But a consular court? Remember, a flawed Japan's jurisdiction. Right, and also... Japan is a simp for the British right now. Not that I'm not a simp for Jezebel Bread, because... I mean, let's be real here. Who wouldn't simp for this woman? But,
Professor, I don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past. We've signed a friendship treaty. In normal circumstance, you're right, though.
Then, as long as it's not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments,
they can't invoke the consular court just like that!
Oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student. But this doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on!
So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
Okay. Kazuma, you head off to Britain. Me and Susato are going on an assassination mission. Let's go. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, Susato, you and me.
There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it.
The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of a foreign student committing a murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Susato! Get the pistol. Yes! Change is coming. We're the ones driving it. Hey! Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. Evening calls for celebration!
But, Professor...
You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces.
We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict.
Let's start by having some fun. You know what type of fun I like. Kazuma, later.
In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? We're never going back there. We are never freaking... We're giving you, like, a negative tip.
As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink.
You're a detective, Osanaga, aren't you?
Let's not worry about detail for now.
To Le Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor?
Of course! The Carnival's food is second to none.
I should go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo. No! No! What the frick is this? You should be celebrating with how... No. We are not having none of this. None of this women do the paperwork while the men party because Susato is... Wait, no, she has to be my... I don't know, I'm so conflicted, the ages don't make sense. Yes, thank you. Come back, no! So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Next time, Naruhodo finds out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just wanted to say thanks. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was your own work.
Your skills made a difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. I couldn't help but thinking that maybe you're the one, destined to be a great
God damn! This is the freaking greatest bromance in all of fiction, man. I love these guys, man.
You're the best, Kazuma! No, You're the best. No, you're the best. No, you're the best. No, you're the best.
I got so into that I knocked a bunch of stuff off my desk. I freaking love these guys.
Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it's only at the right of the very start of this trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer. No, all that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. What? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what's the most crucial weapon that a lawyer needs in order to win? The ability to bribe the jury? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe.
Okay, Kazuma. And a whip.
To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
You still believe in Gonta? I mean, Gonta... Dang.
Like, you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. It's not like I could touch a magic Magatama and see the locks on people's hearts. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe, even then, well, it's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Special as in, like, mentally insane. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me.
Well, Is he about to say, and I betrayed you because for a second, I thought you really were guilty. But you never stopped fighting and believing in me who didn't believe in you. So even though I didn't believe in you, you believed in me.
You face seemingly hopeless situations again and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. Because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Ryunosuke.
Is he about to... He's about to pop the question. Oh my... Oh.
Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is it? Oh, you're still here, aren't you? Hosonaga, you ruined it! Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go! Thank you. We'll be right there. As I was saying, let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget, because you're the best. No, you're the best. No, you're the best. No, you're the best.
Everyone needs a Kazuma in their lives.
So my first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san.
Dang, why does he put san at the end of Susato?
Inspector Hosanaga.
Who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Oh, dang! Don't do him dirty like that! What the It's because of the help and support of these people that I managed to get through the trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't managed to yet to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. You didn't end it there. You did not end it there. What the... I guess it is chapter 2. Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. A bronze? What? You could get a gold? You could get a... I didn't make a single mistake! And... I got a Oh. Okay, so episode 1 is The Great Departure. Episode 2, Adventure of the Speckled Band. Adventure of the Runaway Room. Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Where did the random Japanese come from? Adventure of the Runaway Room. Adventure of Clouded Kokoro. Hi. Okay. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and then we will start chapter 2. Hello, everybody. let us begin. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. Wait, how do you pronounce band? Is it band or bond? Cambridge Dictionary. Band. Band.
Band.
All right. You guys ready? Here we go. The name's Band. James Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Ooh.
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Wait, hold on. It was previously November? Aboard the steamship Burya.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
Is that Russian?
Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
No, Russian and Japanese? No.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well,
It says private or
here.
don't open, essentially.
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
They're all Russian!
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. An in-cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Wait, why is she British?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
Wait, is that Hosonaga?
Consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Hey guys, it's me. What the frick is going on? My head is throbbing. Apparently Susato is British. I suppose if they're learning English, they would be learning British English. But British English is really hard for Japanese speakers, so...
What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Hey, where are we? I can't move.
Oh, I see. You guys see the broken lock? This must be where the guy died. We got a Japanese banner over there. We have what is that? Is that a figurine in the desk? Does Naruhodo collect anime figures? Yeah, this looks like a Japanese suitcase. Like you can see there's something written there. I can't see very well. What the? Wait. Was I inside that closet? Oops! My bad! This is the second time Ryunosuke has murdered someone in like the past 2 months. Ryunosuke came out of the closet.
Why am I in handcuffs?
So, you wake up now. So, you wake up now. Is this Herlock Sholmes?
Oh, so you wake up now. I cannot do a Russian accent. I apologize to all Russians. I'm starting to sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger. We had to drag you out of the closet. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da. We find you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in the closet?
My whole life, I'm sorry.
Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is.
Now he's becoming German. I'm sorry, I cannot do not East Asian. I cannot do West Asian accents. Like Western Asian? I cannot do that general area. Russia and German for me for always like blend in together. No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Yes, I have become British now. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Mr. Sato! Wait, what did you just... take his life? We don't... Who even died? Who the frick died? Wait, where is he? Where's Kazuma?
Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are the wolf in sheep's belt. You are the killer, so do not try to make excuses.
What? Kazuma-sama was...
No! Oh my god!
was so excited for those two. I was so excited for the game to This hurts, man. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this, man. God damn it. And those two had such an amazing dynamic, too. Romance jokes aside, I freaking love those two's friendship. That was like the freaking greatest friendship in the entire Ace Attorney series. I swear to freaking God. Here in this very cabin, I was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? He can't be. Wait, did Kazuma ask us to stow away with him? Oh my... I cannot, man. We were literally stowing away with our best frickin' friend? And he's dead. Frick. Frickin' God. Surely you don't think that I... It's his freaking best friend, Susato! How do you not know this? Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me. Please. No. No! It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? We won't get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when you brought your luggage here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewmate just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna... Was he inside the luggage? Yeah, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than... Damn! Hey! I thought I'd broken every bone in my body! Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No. But if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway,
It's about time that the steward is supposed to come in and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yeah, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it.
And that's why he put the do not open or the private thing.
Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper?
What?
Then I can stick it over in the wardrobe doors once you're inside.
I don't know.
We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together.
We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer!
No, I'm not a murderer!
Ah, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crime.
No, that's not right! I mean, yes, I did stow away, but murdering my best friend.
No one else could have done it. Admit the truth.
Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. This is not happening. This is not freaking happening. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick over the wardrobe doors. It wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possible. Couldn't bear to waste any. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember working really hard to make... You wrote 4 characters. I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted.
Do you expect the Russian crew to believe that, to be able to read that? He said.
Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So we used to... Anyway, that's a good point. They wouldn't be able to read Japanese. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. He really's been killed, hasn't he? Is it just a bad dream? And these handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. Okay, so let's start thinking about how that could have happened. Who would have been able to lock it? So it's a sliding lock, which means they can only lock it from inside here. Could they have used a string? Maybe. I'm not sure about a ship. You can see it's a ship door, so I'm not sure if they could have used a string. That'd be a little bit difficult, right? Possibility 1 is the ship door thing. Possibility 2, there's a vent right there. They could have crawled out. Possibility 3, they could have hung an effigy in the ceiling and twisted it around with a sword. So that... that was a terrible reference. There are a few possibilities. I can't think of any, like, that are particularly obvious, but one thing that's coming to mind is that it's possible that we're on a ship right now, right? So it's possible that the culprit could have taken advantage of the fact that this is a ship. A ship moves, right? Which means maybe if they could just, you know, bang on the door enough, they could, you know, cause it to shift. That's one possibility. It's a weird one, but one thing I do know as someone who has been on a cruise and probably will never be on a cruise ever again, because honestly, cruises are kind of like, sure, that's nice. But, yeah, but one possibility is that, like, you know, things move around. So it's possible they could have taken advantage of that and positioned the door so that when the ship rocks, maybe it would lock. Those are some possibilities, right? I would like to think the vent is the main possibility. I don't know how big it is, but if Naruhodo can fit inside here, a girl, like, I mean, in this game, girls are generally considered smaller than guys. I'm not being sexist. It's just in Ace Attorney games, girls are always like significantly smaller than guys. And if it was a girl, in other words, Susato, I liked you from the beginning, but, you know, I don't know if I like you right now. I'm just saying. Okay, so I think my main, I don't know, like, how are they gonna have a courtroom in this case? Are we gonna eventually land in, like, Russia and then we're gonna have a court there? You and Susato have no motives. Well, I also don't know her. Right? Maybe she was like, have you been cheating on me with Naruhodo? Susato. So that's one possibility. I don't know who else is here, right? Obviously, there's a whole bunch of sailors we haven't met. There's freaking Sherlock Sholmes and probably Wilson. Wait, Wilson's dead. Sorry, Wilson. Speaking of which, what is Sherlock Sholmes doing here? Okay, if Sherlock Sholmes was here, maybe he was accompanying Wilson, but then again, Wilson was at the school for 3 years. Maybe he was visiting Wilson. But, okay, Susato... I mean, Susato is probably the... If we want to go with the vent theory, if we want to say Sato vented, then, I mean, that's a pretty reasonable explanation. I'm not saying we haven't even investigated at all yet, but I'm moving towards that suspicion because it's very unlikely they found, like, an obvious way to tamper with the lock. The two things that make the most sense, I had that whole string theory, but string theory is actually a thing, but I had that whole string idea, but I highly doubt that would have worked. Maybe they could have tied like a string and then put it through the vent or something like that, but it's kind of a tricky one to do. I mean, it's possible. That's another, but all those things require the vent. So, in general, my two working theories are 1, they crawled through the vent, or 2, they took advantage of the ship's motion. I don't know how sensitive the lock is. Maybe let's get clues and theories before sussing out one of the two people I saw. No, see, this is part of the investigative process. You think of lots of different possibilities and then you slowly narrow them down. This is how I aced Danganronpa, and this is how I'm gonna ace Attorney. And also, it's clearly Susato. Okay. Our best friend died. No more reasoning. What if it really was us? Okay. Oh, and here's a brain blast. Okay, let's continue. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via porthole window. And the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these floors. Well, there's a vent. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been someone inside this cab. You guys really have to think harder. Come on. Or do you have some other explanation? I just gave you the explanations! How did he die then? What happened? Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me! She's pushing pretty hard. She's pushing pretty hard. I know she's on the box cover art. But do you know who else was on the box cover art? Kaede Akamatsu. The cause of death is still undetermined. No, they don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at the next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury? That's true, yes. Wait, there were no external... Kazuma is actually pretty big on the box art too. Okay, so no external injuries? Oh, so he didn't just like slip in the bathtub or something. I mean, he's not in the bathtub, but you get what I'm saying. Did he... I don't know. No external signs of injury. Let's try to suss that out. We're not going to claim poison again, are we? Did he take some curare? No external injuries. That's tough, man. Like he didn't have like a mark where like he like hit his head or stabbed it, or like maybe the sword, he accidentally fell on his sword or something. No? That's really tough. Can't anyone tell me what's actually happening here in this cabin? But why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please! Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Oh, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn to do his training, first thing in the morning. Is that a mousetrap? I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on the voyage. But this morning, he didn't come out. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato arrived at the cabin door? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I found a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... So they busted down his door? Wait! Those are his words? Okay. Does Kazuma know Russian? Because if he doesn't know Russian, clearly it was a Russian who killed him. Let's be real here. I bet you Susato knows Russian. So the first thing we have to figure out is whether or not Kazuma knows Russian, and whether or not anyone else on the ship knows Russian. Obviously, all the sailors know Russian. There was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything happened. I mean, can't you prove your innocence by the fact that the banner was still up on the closet, right? When Sholmes opened up the thing, there was the private don't open sign on the closet, right? which means that thing was definitely put up. Right? There's no way Naruhodo could put that up inside. The glue was very thin. The rice paste was very thin. So that means like it wouldn't have stuck onto onto the wardrobe without like a whole bunch of pressing, right? Because the glue's thin. You have to really shove it in. And that would, right? That's why probably there were a whole bunch of hand marks where Kazuma was putting the thing. Which, wait, before we even continue, somebody had to have access to his cabin, right? Kazuma, which means Kazuma had to have let them in. And who would Kazuma have opened the door for? Susato? I can't believe it. Are we about to lose our best friend? Are we about to lose all our Japanese associates? We lost Kazuma. Are we going to lose Susato? Oh my god. Oh my... We are all alone in this world. I cannot believe it. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard for me to believe too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board on this ship, Naruhodo-san? I'm making scenarios up. Yes, that's what a detective does. A detective considers multiple scenarios and slowly starts to figure out which ones fit. So, do you know which ones fits? Susato! Susato fits! You said something about being a stowaway. Oh, yeah. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? Oh, he knew. No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Of course. It feels like she blamed you and now we blame her. Yes, because I'm petty like that! Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? You ought to become a lawyer. Well, yeah, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. I'm literally a poli-sci major. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London's at the spearhead of cultural development. The center of the world, in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no. Definitely not. Oh, he's a literature major? But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. And now we'll never know! Ah!
Kazuma-sama is... He was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do it with you. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I'd ever seen before.
Did something happen in his legal thing and then, like, he was all like, if I ever die, I want you to take up the mantle. Dang, that would be really dark. Wait. Do you guys remember when the judge... do you guys remember when the judge said, you have to fulfill your mission, make sure you fulfill your mission? Was this part of his mission? Was dying part? I know this is an Ace Attorney game and this is supposed to be happy and fun, but this is frickin' 1850s Japan. I would not frickin' put it past them. If part of his mission was dying, and that's why he wanted me to come on this trip with him, because he wanted someone to take his place. I know this is just speculating, but this is purely speculation. I have no evidence for this whatsoever. But if his mission included dying, and he asked me to come because he wanted someone to replace him, I don't know why I have a gut feeling about that, but it's this gut feeling that I just can't shake. And that hurts, man. That would hurt so bad. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right. Word perfect, in fact. But then how do you get the idea? I don't know. I have no idea. Right? We obviously don't have all the entire image. But we do know, 1, he had a mission. 2, he's dead. 3, he asked me to come with him. And we have to figure out how all these pieces fit together. So if you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe. Did he have to sleep in there? Because that would have been awful. 50 days of sleeping in there. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do, but... What if he was drugged? Kazuma brought me something to eat. All right, let's put these pieces together. Kazuma brought me something to eat. No one knows that I am here. Kazuma is dead. Kazuma Wait, nobody knows I'm here. Kazuma is dead. But Kazuma brought food to me. From everyone else's eyes. From everyone else except for my eyes and Kazuma's eyes. Kazuma got that food for himself. Which means if somebody wanted to drug Kazuma, they would put it in the food that I was going to eat. But then we would have died. I mean, could be sleeping pills, right? They might not have needed him to be poisoned. They might just need him to pass out, and then they can walk into his room and stab him or something like that, right? The probability of people having a poison stowed away in a ship is unlikely. The probability of someone maybe having sleeping pills, I don't know if sleeping pills were even invented, but maybe someone around here has trouble sleeping, right? Sleeping pills would have been reasonable, especially on a ship. Okay, so I don't think Ryunosuke was... But he didn't have any physical... Right. We don't know exactly what happened. But obviously, Kazuma wasn't drugged. Or at the very least, it was unlikely that he was drugged. Because the food that he brought to drug himself was given to me. So accidentally, Kazuma avoided drugging himself by drugging me. Which means... the person's plan to put Kazuma to sleep failed. Which means something had to have happened in order for Kazuma to die. That was outside the plan of drugging him. So that is another possibility that we can go off of. So we have lots of different possibilities right now. Drugging seems to be like a really decent one, especially since Naruhodo claims that, you know, he didn't wake up at even loud bumps and sounds and stuff like that. That's a possibility. There's a possibility that someone crawled through the vent. That's another one. And that one really helps because someone had to have access to his room. As someone might have crawled through the vent. Miss Brett's revenge. If Brett is on this freaking boat, I swear to God. So we have a few working theories. Third, we have a theory that whether or not Kazuma knows Russian. If Kazuma knows or doesn't know Russian, that could be a big point in this trial, and I don't know the answer to that. Maybe Susato does. We have the fact that the private sign was still on the wardrobe. Okay, we actually have a lot of clues just from talking to Susato and the opening scene, which I suppose we were not supposed to know about, but I guess we'll find out from her eventually. If only I'd woken up. Perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. Man. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Okay. Have you guys ever taken sleeping pills? Have you guys ever taken sleeping pills? Because if you guys know... If you guys have ever taken sleeping pills, especially those that are like, might like affect your mood a little bit, you know that the first several days when you start sleeping pills, you might get a mild headache. One of the side effects, one of the biggest, one of the like most relevant side effects of sleeping pills is headaches. And they're mild headaches, but, you know, comparatively to no headaches, it'll feel pretty bad. So when he says his head is throbbing, I think he was drugged. In fact, this one statement, my head is still throbbing, I'm almost certain of it. I am almost certain of it. There were drugs in that food. That or maybe bad shrimp.
Really?
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's... Please forget it.
What? Susato-san! You have to believe me, I didn't do it!
I really don't want to doubt you. The trouble is, there's no one else who could have possibly done this.
Okay, functionally, we actually have proof that we're innocent. Besides the sign being on the wardrobe, the high likelihood that we were drugged with the throbbing head. Do we have any remains of the food? If we have any remains of the food, we can investigate that.
Kazuma.
You know, I was so in detective mode right there, or logic mode, whatever you want to call it, that I completely forgot the victim was Kazuma. Man. And now it's just hitting me again. I freaking loved that guy. Like, no, romance jokes and silly jokes aside, I freaking loved him. This hurts, man. I was looking forward to, like, you know, I don't know, like, seeing how they interacted for the rest of the game, but now he's gone. It hurts. It hurts really bad. Why did this have to happen? Can't take this. Don't try to get anywhere! You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave it. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied while whoever did this walks free! I can't allow that to happen.
What do you propose to do? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, how they did it, and why.
Sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. What the frick? Well, goddamn. We got a big, strong woman over here. That was a Susato takedown. Susato, what martial art form is that? I'm gonna be real here. Ryunosuke, you really aren't much of a man, are you?
I'm gonna need you to prove it.
Sorry, prove it?
Yes, your innocence. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed...
Have you forgotten already? What you just achieved a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
I see. He's expecting me to present something conclusive. I have to get Susato to believe... Do I have to do that while I'm upside down? Can I stand up? Show her some evidence right now. Gee! I wonder which piece of evidence it is.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I was sleeping there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Yeah, now you feel bad for flipping me, don't you?
Of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled the sign from the wardrobe door before you opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside on my own. That's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Yeah, now you feel bad, huh? Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the Girl, I let you flip me. I was only using 20% on my strength. If I use 50%... I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you. So, no, don't thank her! She assaulted you! Now, do you think you could help me up? In light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you! You finally believe me! I'm sorry. No. What?! I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick. What do you think I use, like, sign posting no jutsu? Come on. What does she think I am? A magician? A ninja? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Why are you being so cordial to her? I swear to God, I would have knocked her out at this point. Like, I'm pissed. I'm like legit pissed. I mean, she just lost her close friend. Oh, do you guys hear this investigation music? I'm sorry. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring trick. Why are people... I don't know if I am upset that Susato doesn't believe me, or if I'm upset that people in this world are dumb. I'm not sure which one it is. Right. Well, anyway, I should start investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death! Move? I'm in handcuffs and under house arrest by Susato. I think it's fair to say that I'm stuck in this cabin for the time being. I should focus on investigating in here. What do you guys think? Would you guys blame Susato? I guess it's difficult to blame. I get it, she's kind of in trauma mode. What can we do, right? Let's look, who the frick? Oh, I guess he's watching us. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? Oh, no, that's German. What? Right. I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean.
grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it is not true, I see.
Sorry?
The criminal is asking investigator for information about the crime. Very funny.
Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. Might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
Did he? Did he? Could this have been like an entire plot?
Yet, of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. I say no more to you.
All you Russians out there, once again, I apologize. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Alright, so something did happen last night. We have to think about that. Oh dear, that won't do. What's the matter? Susato? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Wait, what? Isn't that the point of examining things? To pay attention to things? Yes. That's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Oh. I'm sure you're careful to look around at all times, using the D-pad. Wait, the D-pad. Kazuma mentioned that a few weeks ago. Right. Also the A button. Kazuma mentioned that too. Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yeah, let's do that. What are these people talking about? I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Oh, this is genius. I love this. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, let's investigate the door in the lock. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. Wait, I'm actually curious how they broke open the door. Did they just push really hard? Or like bash into it a few times? Because if a door can be opened that easily, I mean, not easily, but they were clearly able to break into it. I mean, you know what they say, right? Locks aren't meant to stop people. They're just meant to, disincentivize them. So, you know, fair enough. It's quite a small bolt, not particularly sturdy. Just slides across to secure the door shut. How easy is it to shift? But still, with the door bolted, there'd be no way to get in and out, that's for sure. There's a vent. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside of the room. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. I really like the stories of Herlock Sholmes. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick. Wow! I wonder what you're thinking, Susato! Yeah, they are sturdy, but more... Yeah, it's more of a disincentivizing thing, right? Whereas, like, if you break the lock, you'll get caught. Instead of like, this lock will never break. All locks break. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all the way up and down my spine. Ooh. What does that say? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buryat. It's essentially a list of requests to the captain, from the captain to all passengers.
Passengers must not keep weapons and other dangerous objects.
Did Kazuma bring a sword?
Pets are strictly forbidden.
Well, Kazuma brought me. I'm a pet. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Okay, Susato's back on the cool list. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed. Wow, Ryunosuke agrees. All right, the sword. It seems the sword is sheathed. Wait, check for blood. Check for blood. For those of you who do not know, one of the reasons you're supposed to clean your sword out of blood, you know, when you see like samurai movies, they go like whap to get the blood off, or like they wipe it on their sleeve or whatever. I would never wipe it on my sleeve because that's disgusting. But if you do it enough, the sheath gets incredibly dirty, and then the sword gets stuck in there. So they have to clean their sheaths all the time. So if there was blood and they just sheathed it back, it would be like sticky. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yeah, he was always saying that
a Japanese man's katana is his soul.
That was a terrible Kazuma impression. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. It rusts the sword, yeah, because blood has iron in it. I think that's what rusts the sword? I think it's the iron. I don't remember my chemistry, man. I suppose that just shows how important it was to him. Now he's gone. I'm not ready to let his spirit... Ryunosuke, you gotta let the dead die, man. I know it hurts. Man, it's so... Our best friend just died, and then the investigation music is like... Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know how to feel, man. What is this? Oh, there's a knife right there! That's from my dinner last night. A roasted chicken. Oh, that's a chicken. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But... did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato! I ate it on the table, of course! Which begs the question of, when and how did the plate end up on the floor? Oh yeah, and it's flipped upside down. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all. What kind of man doesn't like chicken? What the frick? Everybody likes chicken. Chicken is like God's gift to man. Like what the frick, man? Also, do you see how clean these bones are? Do you see how clean that bone... You might not be able to see it because there's a text box over it, but like, dang, Naruhodo did work on that bone. No, that's right. So he didn't touch... So Kazuma didn't eat the chicken. I think my my sleeping pills theory is slowly becoming more and more plausible. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no. Does that mean Kazuma spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Ugh. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. There's the knife. Are they gonna comment on the knife? It's my dinner from last night. Oh, no, they just... How do I... I'll skip this. Which begs the question. Yes, how did it end up on the floor? But Kazuma doesn't like chicken, which means he was hungry. What is this over here? Alright, so there was some sort of struggle right here. Alright, I'm definitely going to investigate this, but let's check out everything else first. Here's a scroll. Seigi. The Japanese word for justice. Is that the Japanese? Seigi. I don't know that. So say the top character means like correct or right or the right thing to do, that type of thing, or the proper way to do things. Like that's what it means. But the bottom, I don't know the bottom character. It could be like a old Japanese, or maybe my Japanese just isn't good. Those brushstrokes are straight and true, just like no, Kazuma's straight. Sorry, I had to make that joke.
Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame? Knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can! I'm innocent! Why shouldn't I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on this ship?
That was Kazuma's fault. Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. Okay, let's see this figurine right here.
The books have fallen over on the shelf. They're all toppled in the same way.
What was the figure, though?
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well.
Yeah, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked. Everything mowed down at once.
I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama's doing? His morning sword training, do you think?
What? I seriously doubt it.
And perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage.
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like... No, leave it! Leave it! Leave it! God damn it. Wait, no, that's actually a clue. Okay. Well, according to Naruhodo, the books were on this side. Or this... No, you guys see... Wait, the books were on this side, right? Which means the books were this side, and then eventually the books went this way, right? Let's take a look at some of this stuff. The candle, right? The candle was likely on this side, over here on this side of the door, because you can see where the base is, and then it went this way. I don't know about the sword, but the chicken plate here was on the table, so on this side, and then went away. This way, right? It implied, and this, look at this book of, actually I can't really tell with this, but the candle here, this candle was clearly right side up on this side and then went this way, right? Which means everything moved from right to left, right? It's not just this isn't just a random struggle. This seems to be very clearly everything moved from right to left. And this seems to support the idea that the bolt might have just moved on its own. If the bolt is very easy, maybe some movement of the ship caused everything to move right to left, including the bolt. It could be that the locked room is actually nobody's fault. Okay, that's actually a really interesting idea. That's actually an interesting possibility. And if you notice, all this stuff didn't shift at all. This chair is against the wall, so it would have nowhere to go. The wardrobe that I was sleeping in was against the wall, so it'd have nowhere to go. It's a really interesting point. Okay, so that might have just solved the locked room. The locked room might have not been anyone's fault. It might have been just the fault of, you know, the ship moving around. The question is who murdered him, right? Which means, oh wait, this is really important. That's actually really, really, really important. I know why Susato acts like this, but does she seriously think the guy who got framed was murdered? I know, right? Ugh. Oh wait, now this is really important. Because if the locked room was the fault of just ship going like this, I think you guys understand what I mean by that. that would imply that literally anyone on the ship could be the culprit, which is a big deal. Suddenly, it's not limited to women like Susato. Susato, I apologize. Susato, I apologize. Susato, my bad. My bad, okay? My bad. My bad. Please don't hate me. I was just trying to figure things out. Okay, but that was my bad. Okay, let's see what else. Now we get to investigate this. What is that? It's a... What do you think this is? A broken piece of glassware? Oh, you see a picture of it. Okay, so there's like a scrape there. What is that, though? It appears to have broken clean in two. It looks like a bell. Doesn't that kind of look like a bell? Like something you would go ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. Definitely fishing rod. Thank you, Arcane. Also, how's it going? Yeah, it looks like a dinner bell. Like maybe like it would have like a long stem attached to the top, and then you could ring it. Dinner time, that type of thing, you know? Or no, that looks like a bell. It looks like there was like a loop at the top that was kind of broken. So maybe you'd put a string atop around it and like hang it around your neck or something. I mean, that's weird, but it seems like it's something you'd put like a string or something like on it. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. Huh? Does it? I'm not sure that sounds like Cosmo. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? You don't know! Men can like girly things, okay? I have my freaking anime figurines, and they're cute girls, but I'm a man, damn it! And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? Some sort of brick-like hue. Looks like something was like... Do you know what that looks like? It looks like something was scraped across it. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not dried blood, it might be dried blood. But it looks like something was scraped across it and left a mark. Like, if you guys have ever been in a car accident, God forbid you guys have ever been in a car accident, but if you guys have, you'll note that when, like, a car scrapes on something, like, it leaves its paint behind. You're right, it's the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color in the cabin. Well, we have purple thing here. Ink, I guess? Why is the ink here, though? I don't know. Let's check the suitcase. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? Can I just say, I love how they animated Susato. Did you guys see that when she is puzzled or like kind of worried, like her posture immediately drops? It's actually really good. Like this is actually a really great animation. Like, she's standing up straight, and all of a sudden her posture, like, what? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought aboard inside that case. Ah, yes. I see it says, this way up, and is that what it says? This way up? Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreigner wouldn't have been able to read. It was turned over and over, and I was tossed on the floor. Do you see that? Do you see how her posture dropped? It's so good. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Okay, let's check the body, or the outline. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Okay, what's really interesting is Kazuma fell in the same direction. Like, he was lying belly down, right? Which means, in theory, he would have fallen down in the same direction as everything else had went. Like, remember when we talked about how the lock went like that? He fell down like that as well. could falling down from the boat have caused his death? Like, I mean, weirder things have happened. He definitely fell down in a similar way that everything else fell down, and if we're going with the boat moving theory. But then why would somebody try to frame the death, right? Clearly somebody framed, unless he speaks Russian, clearly somebody tried to frame us. Wait. Hold the phone. Did someone even try to frame us? I was thinking, what is it? You know, I'm just so used to someone writing someone's name in blood, right? Or like numbers, like 11037, because, you know, that's obviously. But, like, it just occurred to me, that's in Russian. Is that Naruhodo in Russian? Like, how would they know how to write that? Or maybe it says Japanese in Russian. Like, if it's saying, like, the Japanese man or something. Does anyone here speak Russian? Can you guys tell me what that says? You know what? No, actually don't. Don't. I'm Naruhodo right now. I don't know Russian, so don't translate it for me. It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Da Pelobu. I don't even know these letters. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping the finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma. No doubt he was in terrible pain. Almost unbearable to imagine it. Here's a question. How often do people actually write dying messages? Do you guys have any statistics on that? I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, was he? Sorry, partner. But I can't read your writing. Was your Japanese always this bad? I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What language is it? It pains me to admit, but I don't know. It must be Russian. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. It means it's Russian! It means it's Russian! I mean, besides the fact that I know what Russian at least looks like. Like, I don't think Russia had very much connection with Japan back then. Ink pot. The little bell thing. Oh. I've investigated thoroughly, but can't find anything out of place. Oh, whoops. That's the... Oh, lantern? No. Desk. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat at whenever he was writing. Oh! Oh!
London Diary.
Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though his last entry is incomplete. Oh, this is one of those desks that folds out. I hate those, by the way. Because the thing that folds out is always shaky. Which means he was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened. What would have caused him to stop? I mean, if somebody broke in, that would have caused him to stop, certainly. Does he not lock his door? I mean, someone could have knocked on the door. He was like, hello, I'm gonna murder you. Ah! That's also a possibility. Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. You know, if Danganronpa has taught me anything, the best way to get away with murder is not to frame someone. It's just to leave it ambiguous. Like in Danganronpa, can you imagine if somebody just stabbed someone through the blade on the ground and just left? That'd be so difficult to pin. Instead, they left so many clues behind by trying to frame someone else, freaking using the rope way in order to drop a body in the fish tank. Like, who the frick? Just kill him and leave the body on the ground and just move on. No one's gonna catch you. Yep. Sorry, my cables got stuck in my chair. What the frick? That's out of the question! What? Kazuma-sama may have departed in this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. What if it's something relevant to the case? Yeah, you didn't think of that, huh? You didn't think at all, because you're a stupid teenager. Alright, I won't read it! No, we should read it. We should absolutely read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Come on, let us read it. The bed. Oh, the wardrobe. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire... I mean, we came out every once in a while, I assume. I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although, it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret... As someone who hid from their As someone who hid from my parents when I was young playing hide and seek, the worst feeling is when you hide and you never get found, and you're just stuck there. So, no, it's not great. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening in the cabin. No, sadly not. Oh, what is this? Well, this is the case of the unbroken band or something like that. The speckled band. Is this the speckled band? Yes, this. It's a bell cord. Oh, never mind. I remember one time I played hide and seek, went into the bathroom and locked the door. Well, no one's gonna find you there. What do you mean contraption? I read about it in a book when I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often has bell cords like this, where you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? Sounds almost magical. No, it's literally just connected to a bell. You go ding-a-ling-a-ling and then they come. What happened to her being British? It's just not vibing with me. Sherlock Holmes, British, definitely. Her, that's just weird. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interests of cultural research, obviously. I suppose no one comes for lowly Jao. Ow, man! Y'all should think better of yourselves, man. Don't put yourselves in such... Don't degrade yourselves like that. Hey, Dre. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone's busy. That's all. And the vent. My vent theory is slowly getting less and less in my mind. I think I'm closer to the ship movement theory, but it's still there. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to, you're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, it should be connected to the outside. That's true. I mean, if it was connected to the outside, wouldn't water get in? Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough. Or, exactly. Right? I know my ships. I suppose. Maybe that's it. What the fuck? What the frick?
Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh no! Oh god!
Oh, how did he...
You've noticed the man too, haven't you? I have no idea who he is or how he got here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall.
Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
No. He doesn't look like a member of a crew, and there's something very unusual about him. And he's investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on? I can't tell.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I imagining it, or does Susato-san almost look uncontrollably excited? Oh no. Don't tell me she's simping for this guy already, because I swear to frickin' God.
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on the people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Oh my god, let's converse with him. He's so tall. He's taller than 6 foot.
I mean, back then, what was tall? Tall would have probably been like 5'8". Back then. I don't know. Maybe? Alright, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do. Oh my god, I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to talk with the handsome European man. Ah, he's English!
He has fingerless gloves. Excuse me! You have a moment!
Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation.
Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! Oh, well, I hope that you... Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? What the frick?
Ah, I see. Fascinating.
Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me?
Oh, yes. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken.
I hate him. I hate him. He's the worst. He's dumb. He's literally dumb. Sorry, what?
And now, whilst adventuring towards your foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament.
At least that's true.
But, how? How did you know we're from Afghanistan? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, many great things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native country, land of Russia, being, as you are a merciless revolutionary.
Why are we here?
Why do we exist?
You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now you travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am.
Yo! Riding round in a rover. Wanna see the obstinance over?
Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name?
I don't even see one person who fits the bill!
So it's true.
It was... You believe him?! I hate this. This is the worst. What?!
You're plotting a revolution, dude! Oh my god! Shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, there's no... Now explain yourself. Tell me.
This is ridiculous. Sir, can I go home?
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh. Forgive me.
As for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head.
But was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe.
Ha! There you
Have it. You see? What do you make of that, hmm?
To be honest,
the ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder.
So I'm not really sure. You can call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Hey, Catter.
Indeed. An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observations of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brass? It's definitely brass. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right.
I don't think you introduced yourself.
My apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The imitable Sherlock Holmes.
I hate him. Oh my god, I want to strangle this man. You're really the actual... Oh no, she's a fangirl. Cover her eyes, Naruhodo.
The very same. The imitable, actual Sherlock Holmes.
Do you know this man, Susato?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do! There's no one who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on, then?
We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Is he dumb? He's dumb, isn't he? Oh. The great detective's an idiot. Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again?
Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock. You know what? I appreciate that joke.
No. I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh no.
Oh yes, Rant's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles are from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I haven't sent from England especially.
Oh no. This is the worst. He's dumb, and he has a great PR team. This is awful. Yeah, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh god.
He's not famous because he's good. He's famous because he's got that PR.
So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then.
Indeed, I am.
And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective.
Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward.
Backward?
My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine.
You have a biographer, do you?
Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Will.
No!
Presently keeping shop in London.
Dr. Wilson? Wait, in London? Presently keeping shop in London? Does Dr. Wilson have like a father or a son, maybe?
I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy as of late. Why, at this very moment, I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown.
Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not.
Deduction, you see, is, to me, a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science?
Really?
The astute observer notices even the most subtle reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, a slightest inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data.
Right.
Yeah. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago.
How can he look me in the eye and claim that?
So, you see, I have a turn both for observation and deduction. And failing. And that is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes.
I hate him! I hate him! Go away! Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet?
Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I see. In other words, this is your fault.
When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. I hate him! The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Facts. I don't think it's facts. Let me check quickly. Okay, to Cambridge Dictionary. Facts. It's fact.
Fact.
Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Tell me about the two facts. I can't believe you guys simp for this guy. He's awful, he's an idiot, and he's stealing my girl! Mr. Sholmes, tell us. Please. My two facts were apparent when you came to the cabin this morning. Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. What were they? Sometimes baby girl is just a 34-year-old detective. He's 34! Old man! We have an old... Look at those wrinkles. Oh, God. Look at... Oh, man, his skin is like all rubbery. Ugh. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Glance. Is it glance? I think it's glance, not glance. Cambridge Dictionary. Okay. Glance. It's glance.
Glance.
I was right. See? My British is coming better. Becoming better. My British is getting better. Were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with his... The victim was Russian! Wow, Sholmes. You're great. You did it. You solved the mystery. Hold on, Mr. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. I cannot believe this. I cannot. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? Herlock's not great in this episode. I cannot imagine a single scenario where he would be great. He thought I was from Afghanistan. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interests of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong to not at least look inside the wardrobe. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping? Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. At least I gotta practice my British. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe I am in handcuffs because of this freaking idiot. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea! I hate this. I hate this. Today, we have learned something very important. If you want people to believe you, lie confidently. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze for possible hidden details. Oh man. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. It's the first time I've actually seen him like this. Man. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah. Thanks. The photograph of the crime scene has been added to the court record. Get out of my head! Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that, yes. The train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning, choo-choo? Do you think? Certainly, if that interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Tell me about your deduction. Can we talk about your deduction? The things you concluded. Haha. Now the famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary, nice alliteration by the way, and the assassin of 16. Yes. The more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here, we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Is that supposed to be me? It's like looking in a mirror. He looks just like me. Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Shanghai. I guess the proper noun doesn't matter. This vessel made a port call in Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Herlock is always right, sure he is. Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote. It was a simple act. Act? Act. It's act, right? Cambridge Dictionary. Act. It is act.
Act.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of the crime was the same merciless revolutionary. Naruhodo is definitely Bushlight.
The one who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik.
How could that be me? I don't have a freaking beard. I don't look anything like this man. Look at his face.
Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well.
Is he literally saying I have the ability to transform? I can shapeshift, apparently. Oh my, yes, I can shapeshift.
Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more?
Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower and...
Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters?
And what about the part you said I was returning from Afghanistan?
Also quite clearly stated in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan.
Where even is it, anyway?
This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction.
Thanks.
I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within the pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. The article about the revolutionary has been...
Get out of my head!
And you may find in the article, on the back page, of interest as well.
On the back?
Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you. Though, you may need someone to interpret.
It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance over at the article. There might be a picture or two. Alright, let's see what he gave us. Nothing to examine, but at least we can look around. I don't see anything of significance. What is this right here? Oh, that's just his armband. He still has his headband on. He has his finger here. Interesting how he's dying with his fist like this, right? If he fell down, wouldn't he try to catch himself? Not with his fist, right? It's interesting. I'm not sure. Maybe he was grabbing something? I don't know. Alright. There's Bolshevik.
I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian.
Nope, me neither. No idea what any of this says.
Ah, the pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. Oh, I'm invading your thoughts right now. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome revolutionary. It reads, "Revolutionary villain Bolshevik," that's you, "flees Russia via Shanghai."
Yes, you told us that before.
It also reveals that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale.
My goodness, he is fearsome.
Presumably the newspaper photograph was alright, wasn't he?
The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off.
I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes.
Hold! I am interested in this article. No, go back! This is interesting. Yes, it is.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Is she a dancer? I could see her dancing over there.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think?
She is very pretty, isn't she?
I suppose you enjoy articles like this. Oh yeah, I do. I don't know. I can't make any sense of it.
Ah, I'm glad you've noticed the article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents.
Well, thank you.
He pops up in my thoughts. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night.
She's the killer. She's the killer. I said it would be a woman. I hate her. She is the ugliest woman in existence. Of course she'd kill Kasuga. Kazuma.
Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai.
During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. Dancer. Is it dancer or dancer? Okay, we'll find out. Dance.
She, of course, is talented, young Nikolina Pavlova.
Sherlock pops up in your thoughts too. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? I mean, you think Japanese names are any easier, Mr. Naruhodo?
It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles.
How much is that? How much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be a lot.
Susato's eyes are shining like the diamonds themselves.
The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside himself with worry.
Not surprised.
The company is most anxious to recover. Anxious? It's definitely not anxious. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and a valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports sailing to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. It's the Russian thing to do, to run away from villain Borshkovek.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright, well. Oh, I've got it. What if villain Borshkovek was so smart, he wiped his memory to restart his life as a Japanese man, and only just now is he remembering it? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk.
Kazuma. Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desk of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text.
London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip.
But,
I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people.
Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading.
You mean you've read it already?
It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. A smattering.
Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. She's a simp. Susato-san, aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your... Go. Go. Susato, I choose you. Use tackle.
I'm sorry, Naruhodo. What on earth do you mean?
What the frick, Susato? I'm so unfair. Why can't I be tall and handsome like Sean?
Anyway, to return to the matter at hand. Namely, this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short.
Author. Is it author or author? Author. I need to look that up. Author. Author.
Author.
As if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of this writing? Pray, be precise. Be precise as to the details.
Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese.
A smattering, dear boy. A smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed.
I hate him so much. I have never hated a character more in my life.
But this diary is littered with complicated-looking, what you call, kanji, of which I can read precisely none.
Oh, I killed myself. So what was all that showing off about before then?
If you would be so kind to show me, I would happily read it to you, Mr. What the frick, girl?
I'm much obliged, my dear madam.
Oh my god, he bounced me off! The final entry here is Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:20. He was up at 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
Whistling sound? Maybe the ship? These are very deep waters. Water. These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? What does that mean? Is that the snake?
I have no idea. I've never heard that expression.
The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring
to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin.
Yes, the adjoining cabin.
Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record.
Get out of my head!
So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Pine.
Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. My interest. This matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough.
Do you think perhaps we could go with you?
No. That would be somewhat complicated.
But why?
A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer.
Oh, these, yeah. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you the culprit at any point. What? Then get me out of these frickin' handcuffs.
You just said it! Only a moment ago!
Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, did you hear you say that too? You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not, really. So what were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyhow. That was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this.
If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate.
Now he's just being a bitch. And off he goes. Having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Who names their child Herlock? Hemlock, maybe.
Naruhodo-san, what are you standing there for?
Huh?
We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? What the frick?
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave a clue, you're willing to give up! You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate!
As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I hate my life. I think we still have some investigation to finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Is something wrong, Naruhodo? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling I've seen him somewhere.
Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Oh my god, it's him. Yes, what can I do for you? Oh my god, it's him.
I recognize that face, but it can't be.
I am coughing.
It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosanaga.
Hello again.
What are you doing here?
I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special order to go undercover as a member of the crewmen and board this ship. Nieta! I have learned Russian.
Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
Hi! Arigatou gozaimasu! If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out in this hopeless situation. Oh.
So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? I feel like slowly but surely Ryunosuke is just gonna get more sarcastic and more just done with life.
Yeah, why are you all dressed up as a member of the crew?
I'm so sorry.
Huh?
This is all my fault. I take full responsibility.
Sholmes, we found the culprit. Sholmes, take it away. For what?
My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard.
You did a pretty bad job, I'm gonna be honest.
It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusts me with ensure Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated.
That's literally the only thing you had to do. How could that even been a possibility?
I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. The tensions are between the world's greatest power. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventuality.
This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posed as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eye off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning to night. I never imagined it will happen here. Inside own cabin. Not here on first class deck.
Oh, is he sailing first class? I mean, this is a pretty nice cabin.
I failed miserably at my assignment. Asogi-san is dead. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize.
Inspector.
So if there's anything I can do to help at all, just say a word.
Yeah, actually... We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves.
I thought there might be. You didn't do, did you? You're not killer.
Of course not! We really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes. So we need to be allowed...
Oh, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin.
I'm sorry.
What?
You've been deemed risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of cabin door, stormy-looking seaman would surely snap your neck.
I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. I think I'm a murderer.
Would it be possible to give me something to work with, you think? I need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
If I had solid reason why next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I do everything I can to persuade Captain Lau. I lay my life on line.
But I don't see how... There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo. Try presenting me with a piece of evidence you already had.
Evidence?
It's just the same as when you were in court. This is a tutorial, by the way. Simply select present. And choose some evidence that Inspector Hosanaga could use.
Alright. So we just need to give him some evidence, huh?
Alright, yes.
I think I know what we can use. Let's see. Try to present.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Can I give him the diary, maybe? What's that?
It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote, "What looks like some speckled band is dangling from the ventilator."
Speckled band? Strange.
Yeah, we're still trying to work out what he meant. But I'd like to know is...
Don't tell me. Ventilator.
You're very astute, Inspector. The ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we can investigate in there,
we might be able to work out what the speculative band was. Hi. I cannot leave cabin at the moment. Stuck here until I arrive at next port. Captain has given me strict order to guard scene.
Have a great night, Penguin.
I'll have to entrust investigation to you.
You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as don't leave first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove handcuff.
But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders?
I am man of word. And I promise that I lay life on the line if it would take to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi safe. This is the least I can do.
Thanks, Hosonaga. Damn. You know what? You've grown on me, buddy. You're a bro. You're a bro, you know that, Hosonaga?
Thank you. Let's seize the moment, Naruhodo. Just select move.
Alright, let's see what we can find out. What's in the other captain? Or in the other cabin? Who is the beautiful ballerina girl? And when can we date her? Find out next time. What's in the other captain? I'm sorry, I'm not very good at... sometimes words get mixed up in my head. But I think I did a pretty good job on Sherlock Holmes. Or at the very least, I didn't do terrible. I made a few mistakes, but hopefully you all can look over that. I learned some vocabulary, like glance. Right, but I hope you enjoyed today. And hopefully my British accent slowly comes together during the rest of the stream. Yes, I'm working very hard on my British accent, but as you all know, I think the one thing I'm afraid of is to practice so hard that I continue to make more mistakes and the mistakes get stuck in my head. But I think so far I'm doing pretty good. I think there are a few British people watching. I don't know if they're still here. I don't know if they're still here, but I'm also trying to slowly learn the cadence of the language as well. I was talking about Poke Rogue recently. Turns out one of the lead devs is not that great of a person. Quite unpleasant one, actually. I mean, unfortunately, that is true sometimes, and, well, you have to decide whether or not you want to play that person's game or because the game is good, or you don't like the dev enough so that you don't play the game. That's just how it is sometimes, and I won't judge you either way. I know that there are some people who think, oh, this person is bad, and if you do anything associated with him, then or her, then that person must be awful. But I'm not one of those people. I think, you know, sometimes the product and the person who made the product should be separated. So I will leave it up to you. But I won't judge you either way. Super fun today. I'm glad you... Glad. It's definitely not glad. I'm glad you had a great time today, Rainbow. Yeah, yes. I really am enjoying the character. I know I, talk about the stupidity of Sherlock Holmes, but I like his character at the very least for some comical stupidity. A little bit of comical stupidity never hurt anyone. You know? Yes, but... Yes, I'm really enjoying this game. Tomorrow we'll also be doing some more streaming. We might find out what happens to Kazuma. I wonder what happened. We don't have any possible idea. Like, this time around, like, we don't know. We have no idea who the murderer is. Usually we have a general idea who the murderer is, and it's about catching him, but this time around, we have no clue. It could really be anyone. So I'm curious to see how this case and how this, this chapter. I think it's chapter. Hold on a second. Chapter. Yes, I'm curious to see how this chapter plays out. Heading off, thank you for another fun stream to listen to. Thank you so much for coming, Rainbow. This is, honestly, I always have a great time seeing you all. And yes, please come tomorrow if you have the time. Hopefully we will figure out what happened to poor Kazuma. For example, they made it impossible to obtain a male god of war legitimately. All male courier are programmed to evolve into Gallade at level 30. Is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing? If I remember, Gallade is very difficult to obtain because you have to do some sort of like special evolution, I think. I don't remember anything about Gallade and God of War. It's been a while since I've thought about Pokemon. What's the point of making such a random change like that? I don't know. I feel like maybe it would be easy to I can see the reason for gameplay purposes. You've been drinking the leaf water again. Spot of tea. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad change. Like, how do you obtain Gallade? How do you obtain Gallade? All you need is to expose a male courier to a Dawnstone. What about God of War? Is there a Mega God of War? I'm looking at Mega Gallade. God of War. There is a Mega God of War. How do you evolve Mega God of War? It's just a level up evolution. But does Gallade have to be male? Oh, Gallade must be male. To be honest, I'm not sure if that's necessarily a bad change or a good change. It doesn't help that the lead dev is transphobic. Well, that's completely unrelated. I don't think making the change for males to evolve into Gallade and females to evolve into God of War are necessarily bad changes. But if you got to go before the hive mind takes over. We'll try not to be too political here. I think I don't necessarily think the God of War Gallade change is a change. If the lead developer has some other problems associated outside of that change, then maybe you can tie back in the change into his problems. But I think that change alone doesn't necessarily say anything. Now, if you happen to know that he has problems outside of in his everyday life, then maybe that's possible. But I would say make sure you know exactly what the situation is before, you know, putting in things like that. It all depends on how easy it is to get a Dawnstone. That's a possibility. Perhaps he removed Dawnstones from the game, but he wanted to keep God of War and Gallade. Those are all possibilities. Like I won't make any obvious comments on that, right? There are possible reasons why you might make that change, maybe for political or personal or like as you said, hateful. I don't like using that word, but hateful reasons. But it might also be just a gameplay reason. Like, I can see a very legitimately why you might want to make Gallade a level up evolution. So that's a possibility. And since Gallades are all male, it would make sense to make the God of Warsaw female. I'm not saying that you're wrong or you're right, by the way. I'm just saying could be several possibilities. I really hope it's only for gameplay, ease of access reasons. Yes, I mean, it might be, as you said, but it might not be. I don't know. I'm not going to make any comment on that. I was right about the assassination. Unfortunately, you were. Yes. Right, I should slow down my talking. I noticed that when I use the British accent, I talk a lot faster. Yes, so I'll try to talk a little bit more normally as I use my British accent. Still doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth, though. Nuggle. Right, I mean, I understand. As you mentioned, he might have some problems outside of the development, as you said. So, I mean, Herlock's a detective, right? Herlock is not a detective. Herlock is a very poor detective, to be honest. Right, like you mentioned that he has some problems outside. Maybe he does a lot on Twitter or Instagram. I don't know. You know better than I do, so make sure you understand what's going on. And I mean, I've seen lots of games that, you know, make changes, and maybe it's a good change, maybe it's a bad change, and some people think it's political and it's not, and some people think it's not political and it is. So just, you know, don't think about it too hard. Even Gumshoe did better. Gumshoe did do better, a lot better. Right, but once again, Randy, I'm not saying you're wrong or you're right. I just will encourage you to ensure that you check to make sure. And also, I understand that since I'm practicing my British accent, some of the stuff I might say might come off a bit pretentious, so that's not my intention. Well, I'm not saying that British people are pretentious. Well, I'm just digging a hole for myself now at this point. So... But if I say something that might not sound like tone-wise perfect, it might just be because my speech is not perfect. He's known that he has some trans problems. I see. I see. I mean, if that's the case, then you can only do what you know, and you can only do what you want to do. So, if you, I mean, like I said, I'm trying not to make any clear statement because I don't know the situation. Not that I don't trust you, but I just don't know the situation, so I don't want to further comment on it. But trust your own decision, right? I'd say trust your own decision as long as that decision doesn't interfere with your understanding of the world. That's what I always believe. Like, for example, protesters who go out and protest without knowing what the heck they're protesting for, or what the bloody hell they're protesting. Does that work? Does that work? What the bloody hell? What the bloody hell they're protesting for? I don't believe in that, but if you feel, well, this is something bad and I don't want to support that, then, I mean, I believe you should trust yourself on that. My accent.
right? I'm listening to my accent and how it's evolved over the past several years. The past several months, and I've realized that I've slowly, since you all are hearing my accent, I slowly realize I'm falling into this category of being more like resonant in my voice. Like originally, I was talking like this, and yes, it's very good with kind of this whispery, breathy thing because I studied Daniel Radcliffe a lot, and he talks like that. But maybe my slow movement away from that is actually a good thing because now I'm getting closer to talking how I would actually talk. But anyway, yes, Randy, I think you should, just do what you think is best. And I'm not going to say what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying, just make sure you know what you're doing, and then once you know what you're doing, be happy with your choice. That's all. I suppose I didn't mean to make this become a lecture. I'm not trying to lecture you or anything. I feel like such an authority as when I talk in my British accent. I feel a bit authoritative. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's just the style of speech that makes me feel a bit authoritative. I'm not trying to be. And maybe I have to figure out how to be more friendly with my British accent. But hopefully, yeah, don't just be happy with what you believe in, I suppose. Recently, actually, I've been put into an interesting predicament as well. I was voicing a cartoon, and the cartoon is a children's cartoon, and I didn't exactly agree with the message of the episode, and so I wasn't sure if I should do it, and the eventual decision I made is that I might not believe in something, but I don't necessarily want to consider myself someone who decides what is correct or what is incorrect, which is why I eventually did do the job. And maybe some people wouldn't agree with me, but I believe that if I decide not to do the job, I'm deciding what is truthful and what is not truthful. And I will only do that in very strong situations, like, for example, murder. Or, well, you all know the heinous crimes, murder and sexual stuff. But besides those two, I will generally try to be a little bit more lenient, whether or not I believe what a person is saying is true or not. So, I don't know if that can help you think about what you want to do, but that's how I interpret things. And to be honest, I've noticed that bad people generally make bad products, especially if they attempt to insert their own politics into it. So often, if the person is a bad person, I find that their products are generally bad too. So, so I think in the end, the product will probably even decide for you. So, maybe you don't even have to worry. Right. I find that, for example, if someone makes a bad cartoon and I voice one of the characters, people won't like it regardless. And then the only thing that happened there was I made some money. But I don't think necessarily that, just because I help them do a good job on it, if what they decide is bad, then it's still bad. Right. I do believe that bad people make bad products. Although one thing I find interesting, very interesting in fact, is that Apple. Do you all remember that Apple using suppliers that use child labor? That fiasco? I remember, yeah, there was a big thing that came out that where Apple was using suppliers that use child labor, and when it came out that these suppliers use child labor, Apple didn't immediately cut ties with them because they wanted some leverage over their other suppliers, and people were very upset about that. So there were lots of protests, and do you know what they did with those protests? They recorded those protests using their iPhones. Their iPhones. They recorded those protests using their iPhones. So that's like a counterproductive protest. You know what I mean? I find that very, very hypocritical. Right, so if you want to be against something, be against it, but don't make this expectation and then give them money. In other news, it seems that Twitter has fully rebranded to brand. Hold on, let me look up brand. It has fully rebranded to X. Twitter. Well, I see it still responds to twitter.com. It still responds to twitter.com, so I don't see any major change. Right. I don't see any major change there, Jess. But yes, I see that the Twitter, the bird that is usually on the corner has been changed with an X logo. So there's that. It's been there for a while. Has it? I see. Well, I don't really follow social media. I only recently started using the Twitter for my voiceover, and even that I posted like twice on that. So there's that. Anyway, I should be heading off. I need to get some dinner. Supper. Is it supper? British for dinner. Supper? I need to get some supper. And I will be heading out. Thank you so much for spending time with me today with some Ace Attorney. And I can't keep this up. Thanks so much for hanging out with me, playing some Ace Attorney. I will hope to see you guys again soon. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. You have any quests for me? And I'll see you all next time.